Hello there. So, uh, yeah, that is not nearly enough sleep. Maybe try and figure out a way to fix that. Because, I mean, it doesn't sound like it's going to work that well for you. Eventually, you're gonna end up falling asleep in a situation where you probably shouldn't. And, side note, it's fairly chilly over here, which is why I'm wearing a jacket today. So, yes. In case you're wondering why I'm, well, wearing two layers that you can see. Oh, yeah, that's why. No, it's not. It's actually a, jacket that says pizza. Yeah. Anyways. I don't actually have the heat on in this room because plants and spiders, and yes, I said pizza, sorry. um, it's a YouTube merch thing, so for those who may not be familiar with, well, the design. Anyways. Yeah, it is rather chilly, and I prefer not to turn on the heating right next to live plants and live spiders. So, yeah. That's why, in this room, most of the heating is just the PC. Which means that it's several degrees colder than I'd prefer it to be, but it's fine. That's what jackets are for. Anyways. Well, it's not like it's freezing in here. It's literally just like 2 degrees colder than usual. Which is why I need a jacket, because, well. Anyhow. It's a comfy one though, so. No problem here. Good. You'll probably need it, because, well, if you go to New York, according to this game, you'll get mugged every few seconds. So, pro tip, don't go to New York. I mean, been there, didn't get mugged, but maybe that's just me. I guess I don't have red hair. Maybe you only get mugged if you look like Laura does. No clue. Well, it's going alright. Currently, there's a press conference over here, which, yeah, well, similar to my stream, they tend to start their press conferences late. So they say 11 a.m., but what they mean is like 11:30. So it's going to happen at some point within the next few hours that they're actually going to start their press conference and not just have people have reporters in the room going, yeah, they haven't even shown up yet, so yeah, we're just waiting and filling up airtime, and yeah. Like, have you heard of school and stuff? Yes, that lockdowns and things, and they're still not showing up, and yeah. It's very entertaining to watch. They've been filling so much airtime with just repeating the information over and over again. So, yeah. I'm not surprised. But yeah, over here they sometimes start to like have a meeting right when their press conference is supposed to start. And then they, well, come back from their meeting like an hour late to the press conference that they announced. Anyhow. Well, yeah, I don't really tend to watch American TV that much. I mean, I've seen some, like, CNN and stuff, but, well, I don't make a habit of watching it. There are only a few available over here. So. If anything, over here you'd, like, have an easier time reaching the BBC channels. But the American ones, like, just a couple of news ones are available. And, like, maybe translated versions of some of them. So, it's really not that interesting. If you want to watch news, the US news usually aren't the most relevant for people who live over here. So, yeah. Well, I'm sorry for making you stay inside. So, didn't expect to have that sort of effect on people, but I guess that's the case. Anyhow, I'd say it's time to actually start the game. What do you guys think? Enough, well, stalling. Otherwise I'm gonna end up, well, turning myself into a reporter or something. So. I mean, next thing you know, I'll end up reporting on the next press conference going, like, they still haven't shown up, and, people are in this room talking to each other. Anyways. I just find it rather amusing. Well, I haven't been outside this weekend, but I have been outside on Friday because I needed to get groceries. So. Are you not allowed to get groceries? Because that would be, well, pretty extreme. Anyways, I want to continue. And that's the one. Yeah, that's quite the fine. Oh, alcohol. Yes, that's the most important reason to go outside. Interesting. Which country are you in? But yeah, as far as I know...
You can feel the tension in the city newsroom of the New York Daily Register News Tribune.
Ah, okay. So...
You can feel the...
how about walking? Yes, that... Huh, alright. Well, I haven't heard of that many countries that have outlawed alcohol right now, so. Yes, aren't we all from the internet? Somehow.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency. To what location?
But I mean, there are lots of things that aren't good for your health that are legal. Like, I mean, there are lots of foods that people tend to eat in contexts where it's not necessarily beneficial for them. So, like buying a giant package of chips, for example. That sort of thing. So... But yeah, generally it depends on the amount of stuff you consume. Because, I mean, if you just eat salad all day, every day, for months, you'll probably end up with quite some nutrient deficiencies. So, yeah. Maybe just don't overdo things. Because that tends to lead to problems. Alright, I'll go there again.
Have you read that new book by Carl Sandburg? It's Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years. Actually, it's the first 2 volumes of a 6-volume biography, and I find it quite stimulating reading. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Yes, exactly. You can have too much of pretty much anything, including air. Like, yeah. It's tricky to not overdo anything. But, well, you have to find the balance somehow.
We're closed. No deliveries.
So, know
Secret
the
word.
password. It's the Charleston. There we go.
The password is
It's not light blue, it's grey.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on.
Everything
in.
just looks blue-ish because of the snow outside. So. And of course, that's the song they're gonna start out with, because they just don't like me around here. Honestly, now. Could they not have that song play every few seconds? There. But yeah, as I said, it might look blue-ish, but, well. Well, good for you. But that probably means you can't hear me either, because, well. Anyways. Really? Because it seems like the game audio should be audible. Like, I'll ask her about just random person.
You have a sexy voice, Toots, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you hear the characters speak in this game? Okay. Weird. Alright then.
How about a free back rub or a neck rub,
I mean,
if you like?
I can turn up the game audio. So, just let me know if there's an audio issue.
How about a free back?
Anyways. So, I'm not sure if I can... Well. Let's see.
You haven't seen the Countess come into the...
The count?
Yeah,
Sorry.
thanks.
So, still just asking about the counters. Can I ask about places? Like, New York? She can't tell
You
me.
have a sexy voice, Toots.
Okay, she doesn't
but
know
I
what New
don't
York
know what
is.
you're talking about.
And yes. Because giant red couch makes perfect sense, yes. I mean, what place doesn't have one of those in the restroom? Yes, yes it is. I mean...
What are you looking at?
She's waiting for a woman. That's how. She's waiting for the Countess. So, yeah.
You look so... You haven't seen the Countess come into the speakeasy yet, have you? I've been waiting here for hours.
The Countess?
See?
Yeah, the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. I'm supposed to meet her here.
Sorry, haven't seen her. But if I do, I'll be sure and let you know.
Thanks, Toots.
And yes, I'm very confused about this whole setup. I'm not even sure these are stalls. And they don't have doors. So...
I have a cramp
Well.
in my leg. Could you massage it for me, honey?
But yeah. Bit confused about this whole setup. But, well...
What are you looking at?
No, Laura doesn't seem interested, and I'm playing as Laura. So... Laura actually seems kind of confused. Fine, I'll do it once. I'm gonna regret this, but
Oh, yes. Touch me again.
I said once. That's all you get. So, thanks for the follow. Nope, I said once. That's all you get. So, Charleston?
You have us.
No. And we're back to this song. Could we not? Why? Why? Just why? And why is it so loud in the restroom?
Va va voom.
Okay. Well, it's the same volume level as in the rest of the, well, speakeasy. So. It's... Well, I'm not that, well-versed in American history, but, alcohol was outlawed back in, like, the 20s-ish. And, yeah, they had, places where you could still consume alcohol that was produced illegally. So, it's that kind of place. So, an illegal bar club thing. So, that's what this is. As far as I know, they're called speakeasies because they're secret. So you shouldn't blab about them. But, as I said, not an expert on US history, so I might have gotten some of those facts wrong. Well, I might have said some things that are wrong, therefore not facts. Anyways, you get what I mean. But yeah, I don't think she's gonna want to talk about anything else. So she doesn't want to talk about the Countess anymore.
She's a nice old broad. Loaded. She's married to some high-class museum bigwig, but she can't get enough. Know what I mean?
So.
No, I don't know what you mean.
You're pulling my leg, right?
No, I'm not pulling anything. I'm not that kind of girl.
Well, you're trying to pull something, sister, and I don't like it. I'm not answering no more questions about the Countess. How about a free...
So. Anyways.
How about a free back...
Fair enough.
Or a neck rub. If you like, I could even do your whole body. I have a cramp in my leg. Could you massage it for me, honey? What are you looking at?
Alright, I'm hoping that they are not playing that song. Seems they aren't. Lovely. So, can I talk to this guy now? Because I can't talk to her. So, can I ask about the Countess here?
I'm sorry, miss. I'm too busy to talk right now.
Fine. I couldn't
Question.
talk to them.
It is.
Or them. Or them. Or them.
It is better.
Or any of these people.
It is.
So I was able to talk to him. He's too busy. She's too busy.
It is better.
And he's just part of the background. Alright. So.
It would be.
Yeah. Too busy. So I don't know what to do to get any of these people to stop being busy or stop giving the most useless answers.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
Alright.
To what location?
Just throw the, well, press pass at him. Alright, still no new locations. Well, I mean, I got into the speakeasy, but that's pretty much it. So, I'm guessing the museum's still closed.
Thanks for travel.
This door is locked.
So, I got into the speakeasy by giving that guy the sandwich. So, do I have any... Oh, yes, that guy. So that's the new name I got. No new places, no new items or topics. So, I guess asking about that guy is gonna be my new thing.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
So...
To what location would...
Places... The Tribune.
Heard about that new Air Commerce Act that was just passed? It's the one that
Yeah,
provides federal aid for
exactly.
airlines and airports.
That's what I said at the end of the last
I find
stream.
it
Like,
unfair. The government doesn't
this
subsidize-
feels
Thanks.
way more Gabriel Knight, but like first Gabriel Knight, than it feels like it's related to the first Lara Bow game. So it feels more like an alternate universe version of Gabriel Knight 1. It's a bit weird, but, well, it's only Act 1. Yeah, and it is about a dagger, so maybe it's Gabriel's dagger somehow. I mean, he got the dagger from the castle in Germany in like the 90s, possibly? Yeah, fair enough. That does sound like it makes sense. Okay, well, I haven't gotten in there yet. Hope I will get in there eventually. So, right, people, there. Have I actually written that guy's name down yet? Nope. So, anything?
Sorry, but I don't know it.
Dang it. Alright. But yeah, I mean, I can't say much about the rest of the game yet, since I've never played the rest of the game. Just the part I've played so far seems more like Gabriel Knight.
Be careful of the sticky spot on that seat. He likes... Thanks.
I mean, Gabriel's a writer, she's a writer, well, journalist. But, well, he was writing books about murders and stuff, and she's writing articles. So, it doesn't seem that far off, and they're even both from the same city. Well, at this point I'm just trying to figure out if the new name I got is going to help at all. So.
Ah, well, I wouldn't be knowing anything about that.
Alright. So far, nobody else knows that name. I guess I could try and ask Ziggy again. I just want to avoid that place because that song. I think that song is rather obnoxious and it keeps on blaring in the background.
Madam, I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad song in general, just the way it's used is very obnoxious.
Have you read that new book by Carl Sandburg? It's Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years. Actually, it's the first 2 volumes of a 6-volume biography, and I find... Thanks.
But that doesn't mean that the song couldn't still, like, be nice to listen to with, like, different audio quality, maybe different singer, or different singing style. Just that version of that song and the way it's used, not for me. And it just, well, it's way too repetitive. Okay. So he doesn't know him either. Fine. Heading back there. true. It is.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
It's actually kind of interesting how I'm playing a game about the 20s in the 20s. Well. No. I know, right? I'll try the docks one last time.
I had Al Jolson in this taxi last week. He's starting work on a movie, The Jazz Singer, where you can actually hear people talking. I don't know. I don't think it'll ever replace radio. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Yes, I still have the baseball. Don't know what to do with it. That guy is not showing up again. Fine, taxi. Don't just walk off.
Greetings, madam.
So, fine. Been trying to avoid it, but we're going back there.
Be careful of the sticky spot on that seat. He likes to Thanks for...
So. Time to knock. But yeah, I have the press pass, the notebook, and the baseball. Those are all the items I have.
Deliveries. Secret word.
The password?
Well, why didn't...
Alright, seems we're safe. For now. And yes, safe from that song.
That's the accountant from the museum.
Okay.
Spooky hi-hat kind of guy.
Anything else I can find out about the museum's accountant?
That's the...
No. Ask about the museum again?
I heard somebody heisted it.
Nope. Hmm.
All I know is that the Egyptian pig sticker was heisted from the museum.
I mean, I know I'm bad at dancing, which is why I don't dance. Still very happy with that policy. But yes, to be honest, well, she kind of seems like she's halfway passed out to an extent, but it's fine. This is fine. I'm slightly worried why you think whatever you want to say would get you banned. No. 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 That's way too cheap, and also not going to be a channel reward thing. So, nope. And yes, 100,000 channel points is too cheap for that. Because... no.
You're in a speakeasy known as the Harlem Swinger. This being the time of prohibition, illegal alcoholic drinks are sold here in secret. You're in a speakeasy. It's crooner Jen Smith, the amazing dancing chanteuse.
Okay.
It's Dr. Jazz, the piano player. This is only a
Dr.
temporary
Jazz.
gig for Doc, since he normally plays with Jelly Roll Morton and his Red Hot Peppers.
And see? Alright. Well, fun fact, I'm my own most watched streamer. Probably because I use my dashboard through Twitch. So, yeah, I monitor my stream through the Twitch website directly. Not just, well, Streamlabs, OBS, which is what I use to stream. Anyways. But yeah, I think it said I had watched my own channel for like 477 hours or something. So, don't know. Yeah. I guess it just...
Have you read that new novel by Ernest Hemingway?
You mean The Sun Also Rises, his novel of post-war disillusion? Of course. Ernie and me go way back. He ran that book by me before it ever got published.
Dang it.
I told him it's a real corker.
Dang it. Stop with that song. Stop it. Stop it. Stop that. There. Much better.
Va va voom. I have a cramp in my leg. Could you massage it for me?
But yeah, I don't know about how it will work with wands and stuff, so. Well, I'm tempted. Can I throw it at
While
anyone?
this is an... While...
No.
While...
Glass
While
balls? No. Him?
While...
No. Oh well. Alright. Well. It's apparently more time than I spent watching myself. Yeah, I still don't know how it calculates that stuff. That door? Yes, that's the door. So yes, about that hand, I think I still need that.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
Alright.
To what location?
So. Where do I want to go? Because, I mean, can't talk to anyone in that place. already tried this place, already tried all these, and that guy isn't showing up. And New York is just too broad a place to actually go to. So, yeah, I think I'll be needing a hint just because I'm stuck in the exact same spot I was yesterday, so. Well. Only like 300 hours. Well, I'm so disappointed. 500. Alright, I think you win for now. I was thinking the kids, but... well... who else could want it? Does Siggy want a baseball? I mean... oh right, he did say that he used to play. So, yeah, fine. Maybe he's going to actually give me decent information after I've given him a baseball.
We're closed. No deliveries.
No, I haven't
Secret
heard.
word.
I mean, to be honest... oh. Wow. Well.
The password is Charleston.
Well,
That's...
why didn't you say so? Come on in.
scary to think about. Alright. So. Yeah, I mean... well.
Va-va-voom.
Don't start.
Anyways. Maybe I'm actually going to make progress. We'll see. So.
While this is an
I don't think he wants it.
while
So. No, don't. There. What if I talk to him about the baseball again?
Why are you showing me that?
Okay. So I guess it's not him.
Greetings, madam.
Alright. So I'm guessing it's the kids then. They're out on that street.
I had Al Jolson in this taxi last week. He's starting work on a movie, The Jazz Singer, where you can actually hear people talking. I don't know. I don't think it'll ever replace radio. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
I mean, it sounds like it might be more fun than trying to burn ants on the sidewalk. But playing baseball on the sidewalk doesn't sound that safe. We'll see how that's gonna go.
Here, I bet a strapping young lad like you just loves to play baseball.
Not hardly.
No.
This nifty baseball wouldn't be of any use to you, would it?
I don't know. Let's see it. Not bad. I'm not sure about this Bob Roos signature, but it's not a bad imitation. Stitching integrity is about 89%. Want to trade?
That's just what I was thinking. I could use that magnifying glass you boys are using.
Hey, Scram, we're using this glass.
Have we got a deal?
Okay, why not? Here you go.
Alright.
Hey, what a jip. Now how are we gonna moidalize these ants?
Ease up, Stinky. We're almost out of ants anyway. Then we'll go to Old Man Meadow's place and bust up his windows.
Alright.
Yeah! Thanks, lady. Pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you, young man.
Alright.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Called it. Knew that this was going to be a bad idea. But hey, I've got a magnifying glass.
Feels like glass.
Nice. What does it look like?
A magnifying glass, slightly scratched but still in good condition.
Lovely. Okay.
A press pass. It reads, press your pants while you wait.
Yeah.
It's your official New York Daily Register News Tribune report.
Alright. I don't know what I'm going to use the magnifying glass on, but I have it now. So, good time to save so I don't have to redo that. Fair enough.
My goodness, has this taxi ever been cleaned?
I cleaned it out 2 years ago. You got a problem with that?
No, sir, I love sitting in filth. Will you take me for a ride? Or, yes, I have a problem with that. This taxi is a pigsty. Yeah, I do kind of have a problem with that. That seems unsanitary.
Thanks for your critique of my lifestyle, miss. Now get out of my cab!
Alright.
Yeah, I'll take you
Fine.
for a ride if you got the dough or if you can prove you're a reporter.
Fine. I guess I'll ride in this pigsty.
Okay, Toots, where can I take you?
Alright. Can I not get the other guy again? He seemed way better. Can I just talk to him? About Sam?
Look, lady, I'm paid to drive you around town, but I don't like talking to the passengers.
Okay. Fine.
Okay, Toots.
Fine. Fine. So, to the museum? I'm not sure what time it is now. Probably still not 7 p.m. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
This door is locked.
Still locked. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll take you for a ride if you got the dough or if you can prove you're a reporter. Okay, Toots.
I mean, it seems like a strange exception to just give free rides to reporters. Nobody else. Just reporters. But, oh well. So, where do I want to go? No. Oh. Okay.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Lovely.
The seed feels sticky and you get a few unidentifiable substances on your hand, otherwise you don't accomplish much by doing this.
I'll just pile that stuff over here. There. Much better. So what did I just pick up?
An old laundry claim ticket from Low Fat's Chinese Laundry.
Lovely. So I'm gonna go
Okay, toots.
claim my
Where can I
laundry.
take yous?
So low fats.
This claim ticket 2 years old today. You very lucky woman. Almost give this clothes away. It'll be ready Tuesday. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Ancient Chinese joke.
Actually, this isn't mine at all. I found this claim ticket just a little while ago.
Yeah, like 2 minutes ago.
I'd feel badly if somebody would have come back for this.
You worry for nothing. Nobody come in for 2-year-old laundry.
Yeah.
You're a strange man, Mr. Fat, but I kind of like you.
What? Did I skip something? I think I skipped something. It's fine. It's fine. I think I skipped like one line. But it's fine.
Yeah, I'll take this for a ride if you got the dough or if you can prove
Fair
this
enough.
is a reporter.
Dang it! The stuff moved back again? Really? Alright, so I guess I'm going to ride to the speakeasy to get changed.
Okay,
Because that makes sense. I mean, it's just across the street, but crossing the streets is difficult enough, so I'd rather not. At least not in this game. And yes, yes it is. Yes, as we found out yesterday, apparently the only women's restroom in all of
We're
New York
closed. No deliveries.
is in this flower store.
Secret word.
The password is Charleston.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
So.
Va-va-voom.
So. Time to get changed. There we go.
Nice body. But where did you get those clothes? Salvation Army? You look so cute in that outfit. It makes me want to scream.
You straighten out your...
Okay, can I take her
The
clothes?
partition is bolted to the floor, so you can't move it. You've also decided to leave your old clothes here, just in case some poor unfortunate should come along who needs them more than you do.
Alright then. I guess she's gonna leave those. I mean, those are probably the only clothes she actually owns. Apart from, well, this dress now, I guess. So, well. It's like a turquoise-ish color. I mean, that dress looks like it would be rather uncomfortable. And, like, it's like end of the year. So, like, November? October, November? Something like that, I'm guessing. Anyways.
Your perky demeanor and thorough technique are making you a first-class detective.
I guess I could be December, I don't know. Either way, that dress looks like it's maybe not going to replace her previous outfit. Not sure why it came with a bag. But, well.
There is a tall, imposing gentleman guarding the door. He appears to be wearing a German military uniform.
Interesting.
This affair is by invitation only, Fräulein.
Oh,
Your
February.
papers, please.
Well, either way, point being, it seems to be winter, or at least fall. So, this dress seems a bit cold. So,
This affair is by invitation only, Fräulein.
invitation, right?
Your papers, please.
So, press pass.
Danke, Fräulein. I'll return this pass when you are leaving. Enjoy yourselves this evening.
Lovely. So, can I enter? Yes. Thanks for the sub! Wow. That is interesting. Feels weird to have the mouse cursor look like this and this exact pose. Well, so let's not go around picking anyone's nose, shall we? Or anything's nose.
This man looks like he's very low on moral fiber in his construction. His eyes dart around the room nervously, as if he's expecting someone to jump on him. His bald head reflects the overhead lighting. Dr. Pippin Carter is a tall, dignified, middle-aged gentleman with a carefully trimmed mustache.
Okay.
You eye this woman with a certain amount of jealousy. Her fashionably high cheekbones, impeccably styled hair, and sultry eyes make you feel mousy and naive by comparison.
Well, another case of not liking a female character not liking women because jealousy. Yay.
This snappily dressed man looks like an accountant, but there's an air of mystery about him as well. This short, blustery man reminds you vaguely of President Roosevelt. Despite his diminutive frame, his bearing is self-assured and cocky, and his pince-nez only adds to the aura of distinguished snobbery. It's the center of the lion. It's a semi-happy partygoer.
Semi-happy.
It's a
I mean, looks like they're trying to pose for a group photo, but not putting that much effort into it. So, have I saved at the start of this yet? Not really. There. Actually, should probably grade them first before starting to ask questions. So. No. Fine. Walk over here. So I can actually click on that guy. No. Wrong icon, still! Wow. Alright. Let's try that again. Exclamation mark. There we go.
Heard any good rumors lately?
Maybe, or maybe
No.
not. What's
It's
it
him
worth
again.
to ya?
Well, I don't have any money right now.
Then I ain't got no rumors for you, Toots.
Okay.
Bonjour, Miss Bow. Dr. Carrington told me you were covering this party for the newspaper.
Oh,
I'm Delacroix.
That's right, Miss Delacroix. I'm writing the social news column.
Ah, the social news. I was thinking you were here about the burglary.
The burglary? Of course not. The newspaper would never assign a female cub reporter like myself to such an important story.
Ah, you are probably being correct, Miss Bow.
Okay.
Miss Bow, I am not wishing to be the rude person, but I must keep mingling this evening unless you have this specific question.
Fine.
This is quite a party. Does the museum always have a big fundraiser when they open a new exhibit, Dr. Carter?
No, but they've never had such an important exhibit opening here before. And I'm an important curator with an important salary, so the museum wouldn't have been able to keep me employed here without financial assistance.
You must be very important for the museum to go to so much trouble.
Naturally. The museum is lucky that I accepted this position as the head of their new Egyptian antiquities department. Why, my name alone will attract more visitors and more money to the museum.
Any chance that the Tutankhamun exhibit will make a stop here on its American tour?
No. I'd hate to embarrass my relative by putting his Tutankhamun artifacts on display here. They pale by comparison to my own great discoveries, such as the Dagger of Amon.
Of course. How silly of me to think otherwise.
Yes, that was rather silly of you.
Alright.
Good evening, sir. My name is Laura Bow.
I am Ramses Najir, Miss Bow.
Oh,
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
lovely. Guess now I know which voice you were talking about.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
Good evening, sir.
So,
Good evening, Miss Bow.
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening.
Carrington. So, I mean, I should be able to tell these guys apart from now. There's guy with dark hair and mustache, guy with dark hair and glasses, guy with dark hair, mustache, and glasses. So.
I believe he was the Emperor of Rome just after Justinian.
No. That's him.
That's me, you
Yep.
silly girl. If you want to arrange an in-depth interview, we'll have to schedule it later in the week. Dr. Carrington is a fine chap. He used to be in charge of the British Museum, you know.
Okay.
I ran into him several years ago when I visited the British Museum to consult with Dr. Butch. Seems odd that Dr. Carrington doesn't remember me, but I almost didn't recognize him either. He's getting old after all. Looks different. Memory's probably shot as well.
Well. He's charming.
Ah, yes. Can't say I'm too impressed with Detective O'Reilly. Couldn't find a single bloody clue about the Dagger burglary. And he has the nasty habit of chewing on grapes constantly, probably to cover up the smell of the alcohol he drinks.
So, that seems like quite the accusation if alcohol is illegal.
A crodfollow is some sort of miniature vegetable, isn't it? A potato, perhaps. He runs one of the local Chinese laundries. Pretends to be Chinese so he can get more business, but he has a terrible accent.
Well, the thing is, he's a police officer, but also drinking alcohol, which is illegal. So I'd say, considering the position he's in, it is still a fairly serious accusation.
A relative of yours, perhaps?
Well.
Rather an unfortunate name, I think. Dr. Miklos is rather eccentric, but she is well educated. Received her training at one of the better universities in Athens, Greece. She's considered quite knowledgeable in the area of hieroglyphics, but her speciality is paleontology. She's fond of old bones.
Wait. I'll ask that again.
You already asked me that,
Fine.
you silly female.
Fine, don't repeat it. Be like that. And pro conversation tips. if you want someone to respect you, call them silly female. Yes. Because that makes you sound absolutely charming.
That trollop sleeps with everything that moves, and some things that don't. It's only by sheer strength of will that I've resisted her advances so far.
Maybe she's not interested in you. Ever thought of that?
Ah, yes. Heimlich's the security chief here. Not a particularly good one, obviously, since the dagger was stolen right from under his nose. And he's rather too intense for my tastes.
Okay.
Steve Dorian. The stevedore with a ridiculous name. He's the fellow who helped unload my artifacts from the steamship. If it weren't for his odd name, I would have forgotten him entirely.
How's that name odd? Seems perfectly fine to me.
The Countess was married to the former president of the Leyendecker Museum, Sterling Waldorf Carlton. A good chap, but uninspired. Now she has her sights set on Dr. Carrington.
So.
Of course I know Ramses. There were several of them, actually. Ramses I was pharaoh during the 19th dynasty from 1307 to 1306 BC. But Ramses II made more of an impact on ancient Egypt. From 1290 to 1224 BC, Ramses II undertook a succession of gargantuan construction projects, which left his mark in the face of Egypt.
That was just speaking telepathically, so that's interesting.
His mortuary site at Thebes, the Ramesseum, contains a temple to Amon-Ra, a royal palace, a mortuary temple, and several storerooms.
Actually, I was referring to Ramses Najir.
Never heard of him.
He's standing right next to you, but alright. So...
Augustini. Augustini, yeah, that name rings a bell. Oh yeah, he the concierge at the plaza?
Yeah, probably.
Can't help yous with that, Toots.
Or it's just the kind of person he is.
The new museum museum press? Stodgy old guy, but a fine chap. Yeah, that's it, a fine chap. Good man. I'll tell ya, most of the cops around this town stink. But O'Reilly's different. He's okay. He really knows how to treat a mouthpiece, you know? I made some good jack working for him.
Okay.
You've met Rube Crodfaller, haven't you?
Certainly I have. Definitely one of the most up-and-up guys I know. Keeps his nose clean, but knows how to have a good time.
Alright. How about that guy?
No, he ain't in my privileged circle of friends and acquaintances.
I'm sure they all feel so very privileged.
Isn't that what they named us stiffs when they don't have an ID?
Nope.
I'm sorry, but I simply have to say that your pronunciation is dreadful.
Hey, that's an insult, right?
No? Definitely not.
What's up with this Ziggy joker?
Hey, watch your mouth. You're talking to him. That lady's scary. I've been avoiding her.
Wait. Oh. Why would that lady be scary? Oh, right. Right. She wears black. I forgot.
Nice working, girl. I knew her when. Now, well, now she's a big hotshot museum, what do you call it? Back then, she was a streetwalker, if you catch my drift. I don't think I've heard of him.
Okay.
Yeah, the dock worker. I know that guy. He ain't in my inner circle, though. Don't know much about the Joe.
Well, apparently. I guess that means I'm scary too.
What makes you think I knows anything about a dame like her? She wouldn't even have anything to do with me. I don't know anything about her. Why ask me?
That's odd. She seems to know you.
She did. What did she say? It ain't true. Listen, that old cow couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it. I ain't taking the rap for her anyways. Now leave me alone before I calls the cops. Or somebody.
And why's that?
Quiet guy most of the time. Accountant, I think. Boy, I'll tell you, those Egyptians know some crummy jokes.
So, I guess I'll ask about places and locations too. And yeah, well, humans are scary. Can confirm. And so is social interaction.
I know everything's not what it looks to be, but then what is? Same with all these Mocky Mucks. Look, appearances can be deceiving. Me, do I look like the brother of a famous Broadway producer? No, but I am.
Okay. Calm down. Ask about the magnifying glass?
My peepers ain't ever needed one.
Alright, I guess he can see everything clearly. Sure, I'll ask about the year.
How was your year, Mr. Ziggy?
Superb. Simply superb. First I mix a sawbuck on the Tunny Dempsey match. Now here I am rubbing elbow grease with a hoity-toity. Thanks for asking.
She really has a point when she says that he has a weird pronunciation.
I know the dagger was heisted. I might even know who done it, but I ain't talking.
If you
I wouldn't know.
Why won't you go to the police?
All I got is a suspicion. I got nothing hard. Besides, what have the cops done for me lately?
This is in the interests of justice. Who are you trying to protect?
I'm trying to protect me. Now flip. How many times are you gonna ask me? I already told you everything I know about that.
I'll save and restore. Because, well, I want to ask again. So.
I know the dagger was heisted. I might even know who done it, but I ain't talking.
Okay.
If you know, why won't
Fine.
you go to the police?
All I got is a suspicion. I got nothing hard. Besides, what have the cops done for me lately?
This is in the interests of justice. Who are you trying to protect?
I'm trying to protect me. Now flip.
Tell me about Egyptology.
We talked about that before, remember? I told you that crazy Egyptian riddle that Ramses guys passed along.
Can I ask him about it? Oh, I'll start there.
I'm afraid I do not know Mr. Agostini. I live a very quiet life, and I do not know very many famous people. A thousand curses on that man! He defiled the tombs of my sacred ancestors for his own personal glory. He doesn't care a fig for what's right and what's wrong. His own evil deeds will catch up with him, though. Just wait and see.
Oh, which riddle? Don't know. Alright. Wow. So.
I have heard a great deal about Mr. Carrington, but I do not know him very well. We have only spoken once or twice, but he seems like a cultured, charming fellow. To be perfectly honest, I do not care for Mr. O'Reilly. I do not think he sees the beauty in ancient Egypt. He is somewhat blunt in his approach to others as well. I suppose that is just part of his job, however. Crodfollowers? No, thank you. I try to restrict my intake of sugar. It has a bad effect on me.
I don't know what they mistake this name for.
I'm afraid I do not know the gentleman. I lead a rather solitary life, just me and my little family.
His little family. Yeah, I'll not ask about her dad. That's just a waste of time.
I do not know Ziggy very well, but he makes me uneasy. His eyes remind me of a jackal's. I met him briefly at the party, then avoided him the rest of the time. Dr. Miklos is a brilliant individual, but she is certainly a little strange. Ah well, we all have our foibles, don't we, Miss Bow?
Okay.
Miss Yvette is a charming young lady, and so friendly. She seems genuinely interested in Egyptology. We had a long discussion about tombs one time.
Okay. Is that...
We have already discussed that,
fine.
Miss Bow.
It seemed like that wasn't the end of that sentence, but fine.
I find Mr. Heimlich to be most intimidating. He seems to enjoy looming over people. Mr. Dorian is a very healthy-looking young man. His mother must have eaten well. The Countess is quite a colorful lady. She seems to enjoy life to the fullest, does she not? Just between you and me, she scares me a little.
Why is that, Mr. Najia?
Well, she's just too enthusiastic for me, I suppose.
You smell people's eyeballs? I mean...
Why, I am Ramses Nadir, Miss Bow. I am an accountant and a proud father of 2.5.
2.5? What happened to the other half?
Are you an Egyptologist, Mr. Najia?
No, not professionally. I have always been interested in the history of my country and made a point of studying it. I am particularly interested in ancient Egyptian religions.
Alright.
Mr. Najia, would you have any idea who might have stolen the Dagger of Amon Ra?
No, but whoever did should be boiled alive. He should be fed to hungry crocodiles. His guts should be strung from the pyramids. He should... Oh, excuse me. I get a little passionate on the subject.
Quite all right, Mr. Najia. I understand.
So... that was an intense reaction to that question.
Mr. Najia, would you say that 1926 has been a good year for you?
Well, yes, I would have to say so. Business in America is booming, and many people need an accountant. I have not wanted for work, and my beloved wife Isis is soon to deliver our 3rd child. I suppose I am as happy as a man should be.
Congratulations on the upcoming blessed event, Mr. Najia. What are your other children's names?
Well, there's Horus and Amon, and the new baby shall be named Anubis, after the wise and just Lord of the Dead.
Oh,
Hi.
how lovely. But what if the child is a girl?
The name shall be Anubis either way. It is a wonderful name for either a boy or a girl.
How you doing?
The Lion Decker is a beautiful museum, Miss Bow, but I do not approve of the spoiling of my ancestors' tombs, much less the wanton display of their bodies and their personal effects.
I mean, fair enough, that is a bit weird when you think about it. There aren't that many corpses on display in museums.
Do you like the city of New York, Mr. Najia?
Well, it is a very lucrative place for an accountant to set up shop, but the city itself is rather large and frightening.
I mean, he might have done it, I don't know. It sure sounds like he wants to, like, make sure all the artifacts don't, like, end up in someone else's hands. And he did protest quite a bit when it comes to, well, the whole who stole it and what should happen to them. That part. They, like, feed them to the crocodiles and, like, several other... Yes, someone died, right at the start. I think they were strangled in their bed, if I remember correctly. Anyways. So, I'll talk to her for a bit. I mean, yeah, I'm just talking to all the different people. But, well.
Monsieur Agostini, you know him? I understand he's a very powerful man at the newspaper. I would like to meet him sometime.
Oh.
Ah, Monsieur Pippin, he is such a great man. And quite attractive, no?
Yes. Yes, it is. Fine, I guess maybe he is her type somehow? Either that or she's a very convincing liar.
Dr. Carrington is my superior, so I'd rather not be saying the bad things about him.
What bad thing?
He is very strange, even for a man. Ah, but you are trying to trick me, no? It's best that I am not talking about him.
I mean... I think she's supposed to be French? I don't know. At least her accent is supposed to be. If I remember correctly. I mean, based on her name, it's supposed to be French.
Ah, Monsieur O'Reilly, he is magnifique. He is so intelligent, so confident, so... Ooh la la.
I assume
You sure?
met him before tonight.
Oh yes, we are, how do you say, the old friends. And it never hurts to have the highly placed friend on the local police force, no?
I suppose that's true. What do you think of this burglary investigation?
People here, they keep saying Monsieur O'Reilly, his investigation of the dagger is not good, but he tries very hard. I have seen him work, but the dagger thief, he is very good, no?
He? You think the burglar was a man?
It is only the manner of speaking, Miss Bow. This burglar, she could have been the female as well.
But yes. I'd say this name does not sound German to me. Neither the first or last name sounds German. So I'd say just based on her name alone, I don't think she's German.
Oh, the Godfather. I met him only once on the train. The train was a sleeper car. It was dark, and I climbed into his berth by mistake. He will always remember that meeting, I am sure. I, unfortunately, will have forgotten it in a few months.
What? Wait. She'll have forgotten it soon? Or he'll have forgotten it soon. Whatever.
The Lofat, I know him. The little laundry I take to the cleaners, Lofat does it himself. We have the deal he enjoys, so it costs me nothing.
Yes, he mentioned.
I do not believe I have met your father, Miss Bow, unless it was long ago and I have forgotten. I have met so many men, it is hard to keep track of them all.
I mean, having issues keeping track of people, I can relate with that part. Keeping track of names is difficult.
The annoying little
I need a
man.
notebook for that.
I met him at the speakeasy long ago, but he is not my class of person, no. He is of the criminal type.
I mean, she was basically saying that she doesn't know. Could be.
Dr. Miklos and I, we have much of the fun together. She is very friendly. Many times we have run through the museum chasing the daisy, no?
The daisy? Do I want to know? I might not want to know.
Yes, I am Yvette Delacroix, but I am not one to be talking about myself too much, no? I am not like the great Dr. Carter, who has so many of the great stories to tell. Monsieur Heimlich, he is the intense fellow, no? Very military, very stiff and straight. I feel very safe around him, but I also feel uncomfortable. He patrols the museum so much. It is strange the dagger was stolen from under his nose, no?
Do you suspect him of stealing the dagger?
Who knows? I am not the policeman. But he seemed very upset about the burglary. Maybe too upset, no?
So, the guy at the door, that's who they're talking about. Pretty sure. Well, it's not in the door anymore. Where did he go? He's not here.
You're so impressed.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he went. Somewhere. So.
Ah, this Steve, he is so big and handsome, no?
I guess she mainly compliments the guys she wants to get into a closer relationship with.
Ah, the Countess. She is not what she seems, no?
What do you mean?
Her last husband, he was afraid of her. He told me. Then as I learned more, I was becoming afraid of her too.
Okay.
Why? She seems like a nice old lady.
It is all the act, no? She is a dangerous one. Now I think she is after Dr. Carrington's money, since I am seeing them together so often lately.
I don't understand. Why is she so dangerous?
Just be trusting me, Miss Bow. Stay away from the Countess. People die when she's around.
Oh dear.
That sure is interesting. So...
Monsieur Nagir, he is a funny little man. I see him in many strange places in the museum. But he is only the accountant for us, so I don't understand why he is here all the time.
Do you think Mr. Najir could have stolen the dagger?
Why, because he is the Egyptian? I do not think so, Miss Bow, but I do not know him so very well. He is a man after all, and who knows how they are thinking.
Well, the impression I'm getting is, Well, she seems to be using a lot of people. But okay. I mean, if that's how she wants to spend her life. So.
If you're referring to the local drinking establishments, they are quite illegal, and I don't condone their existence. I do drink on occasion, but only when the finest wines are available.
Well, the thing is, how would you call a male town bicycle? It's usually rock star, player, so on. Honestly, just let people do what they want to. I'm just saying she seems like she's using people. Based on, like, how she's now going, like, men, I don't understand them. What are they even doing? Well, she doesn't really want to talk to them that much from what I can tell. So, what I'm criticizing is the fact that she seems like she has ulterior motives that her suitors might not be aware of, but whatever, not my problem. I'm here to possibly investigate some murders, so yeah. She's not my responsibility. Anyways, who do I want to ask and what do I want to ask about? I don't think I've asked her much about the museum yet.
The museum, it is such a wonderful place to work. The people, they are so friendly, and I am enjoying my work here. I intend to be the president someday.
Yeah. As I was saying, ulterior motives. But hey, I mean, as I said, not my problem. As long as she doesn't go around murdering everyone. Because that would make it my problem. So, ask about New York, I guess?
New York, it is a rough place for the newcomer, no? So many people in the one place. It reminds me of Paris, but it is where all the money is, no? The Americans, they have so much more money than the French.
I don't think I've actually written down that she's French. I mean, she basically just confirmed it. Well, the French. Do people call people from that place the French if they're not originally from France? Oh. And yes, you'd think that having a war in or around your country wouldn't be the best for your economy. Alright, fair enough. It's oddly specific. Unless you call all of them Steve and Martha. In which case, that's still oddly specific. So, I'll ask her about the dogs.
The dogs? There are many of the men down there, and they are so big and so charming. They have been very generous to me.
So.
You should ask Dr. Miklos or Dr. Smith about that.
Isn't that what this museum focuses on? I mean, this is right at the entrance of the museum. And she wants to be the president of this museum. Seems like she's not actually that interested. Have I asked her about it?
You already asked me.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, I think she just said that she wants to be the president of the museum. So. I asked her about the burglary.
It is terrible to think someone could break into this museum and steal something so valuable. Monsieur Heimlich, he is all broken up about it, although he doesn't show it.
Okay.
How did Dr. Carrington react to the burglary?
Dr. Carrington is a very dignified man. There is not much you can learn from his face. He seems to have taken the burglary very well, although he was angry with Wolf about the poor security.
Do you have any idea who might have stolen the dagger?
There are many suspicious people here tonight who could have done it. The Countess, for example, or the little man Ziggy. But I have not the proof, you understand?
Wait, who did she accuse again? Taking notes while talking to people is tricky sometimes. So.
It is terrible to think someone could break into this museum and steal something so valuable. Monsieur Heimlich, he is all broken up about it, although he doesn't show it.
How did Dr. Carrington react to the burglary?
Dr. Carrington is a very dignified man. There is not much you can learn from his face. He seems to have taken the burglary very well, although he was angry with Wolf about the poor security.
Do you have any idea who might have stolen the dagger?
There are many suspicious people here tonight who could have done it. The Countess, for example, or the little man Ziggy. But I have not the proof, you understand?
Okay. Well, she's accused lots of people already, hasn't she? I think she also accused him? So she's definitely pointing fingers at people.
Monsieur Nagir, he is a funny little man. I see him in many strange places in the museum. But he is only the accountant for us, so I don't understand why he is here all the time.
Yeah.
Do you think Mr. Najir could have stolen the dagger?
Why? Because he is the Egyptian?
No, fine,
I do not
fine.
think so, Miss Bo, but I
Fine.
do not know him so very well. He is a man after all, and who knows how they are thinking.
She just thinks he's suspicious in general. Not that he specifically stole this. So. Well, he's from Egypt. So. And he said that, well, he's not a professional Egyptologist, but he's very interested in the religions, so. Anyways. Well, I mean, do believe it would be considered an insult over here. Not sure how people would tend to, like, say it in German. So, don't know. I'd say it would, like, be considered very rude. But, except for, but, like, not necessarily a straight up insult? Know what I mean? Like, well, I guess it depends on the person. And maybe it's just because I don't really consider myself, like, I wouldn't consider it an insult if someone called me, like, short, because I am. So, well. Interesting, alright. And I guess she just uses the word little instead of short. Is he actually short? No, really. So, I guess she is just calling him little for some other reason. I don't want to know. I mean, maybe she was wearing stilts when she first met him. How should I know? I guess? I mean, Z is seemingly the shortest out of all of them. But I don't know. No, she was speaking of Nujir. Not Ziggy. Get your minds out of the gutter.
You see a short, elderly woman dressed flamboyantly, and you suspect expensively, and sporting a grotesque amount of makeup. In fact, when she speaks, you notice small flecks of base coat chipping off of her jowls and tumbling onto her furred collar.
Wow, that's quite the description. Let's say hi.
Hi, I'm Laura Bow, and I'm covering this event for the Tribune Society news column.
Good evening, Miss Bow. I'm the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. Please be sure to spell my name right in your story.
Well. Alright, then. I found her.
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
Anything else I can just...
Good evening.
No, just
You
saying good evening. Alright, so ask about Sam.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him, but he sounds simply charming. I imagine a man who runs a newspaper must be quite wealthy,
Alright. Once again, seems like she might have some questionable motives. I don't know.
Ah, truly a man of great ambition and integrity,
If you say so. Maybe he acts differently around other people.
Dr. Carrington, what about him? I know very little about the man.
Now that's odd. I could have sworn Mr. Dorian said that you met Dr. Carrington in a taxi when he arrived on the Andrea Doria.
Yes, or whatever I did, I mean, yes, I did meet him that night. Our families are, old allies from the time of the War with Roses. I felt obliged to meet him upon his arrival. Noblesse oblige, you understand.
Alright, that was very suspicious. Hello, how you doing? But yeah, not sure about her motives either. But I mean, I guess it just wasn't a great time to, well, be a woman and try and like, have a job. So, considering how Laura was welcomed at her new job, yeah. So, I guess they might be a product of their time, but they still don't seem like great people so far.
To tell you the truth, dear girl, I find him to be a crude, uncultured ruffian.
Crude and uncultured. Wow. Those are some strong words.
Oh, I do enjoy a bit of crodfollow with my tea.
I have no clue what that is.
You ask your...
Okay.
I'm sure I've never met him, Miss Bow.
If you say so.
He seems a perfectly dreadful little fellow. Let's not discuss him. My, she is unusual, isn't she, dear girl? I can't stand that horrid ferret of hers. I'm sure
Ferret?
it hates me.
Okay. Well, I'm very curious about that woman. Wears black. Works at this museum. Everyone thinks she's scary. And has a ferret? She doesn't seem like she fits in around here.
I am not interested in discussing that little trollop.
You ask your...
Oh, Mr. Heimlich is simply dreadful. I think his tiny taste of authority has gone to his little head. Don't you, Miss Bow?
She really likes insulting people. The game is, well, so far I'm a reporter who's trying to solve a theft. And it's probably going to turn into a murder investigation soon. Like, there seems to have already been a murder. Well, like right at the start of the game, at the intro sequence, you see someone getting strangled. So,
What a lovely boy. He has such charming manners, and he's so handsome,
You ask your...
Why, that's me, silly child. Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton.
Yes.
You ask...
I've noticed.
Oh, he's a darling little man, just darling.
Alright.
It's a fanatically happy partygoer. It's a
So, time to try and find Dr. Olympia. Should be interesting.
You see a rotund, ruddy-complexioned man in a fez. Despite his bulk, he moves with dignity and grace. You see a tall Irish gentleman with red hair who acts like a cop. A severe, conservative, middle-aged woman with an intelligent look in her eye.
I'm guessing that might be her. I mean, it's grey, not black, but close enough.
Good evening, Dr. Miklos.
Oh, good evening, Miss Bo.
Alright, where's your ferret?
Oh.
I've heard you've got a ferret. I need to know more about it.
Mr. Agostini? I have only met him once or twice at social affairs. He seems to be very competent, that one.
Okay.
Dr. Carter is an odd one, if you ask me. He is so very interested in gaining personal glory. He doesn't seem to fully understand the beauty of what he has discovered. Why, the Amun-Ra artifacts are a symphony, a tribute to the wonders of death.
Well, I wouldn't know. But finally, someone who seems to see through Carter's behavior. Seems there are a few people who do that around here. So.
Dr. Carrington is a quiet one. I don't see him very often. I'm certain, however, that he must have a poetic soul.
What makes you say that, Dr. Miklos?
I have seen him walking amongst the dead in the Egyptian exhibit late at night. I cannot blame him. It's better than moonlight on headstones.
Alright. Fair enough.
Ah, yes. Detective O'Reilly. I can't say that I'm overly fond of that one. He has little respect for the wonderful things in the museum, and he is too firmly rooted in this life. I do not believe that he likes the dead at all. Can you imagine?
Alright, going to add likes the dead to her character description. It's a strange way to describe yourself.
I am sorry, but I don't know what a crodfaller is. Ah, is it some sort of pastry? Oh yes, he runs the laundry down the way. He always manages to keep the pleating in my silk shrouds just right.
Nice. She wears silk shrouds? Alright. That seems extravagant.
No, I'm afraid I don't know Detective John Bow. He is your father? That's nice. I admire the police. They get to spend so much time with the sick and the dead. And in New Orleans, yet with those beautiful cemeteries.
Yep, she does seem to prefer the dead over the living.
An odd little fellow, that one. He reminds me of one of the specimens in my dried rat collection.
Dried rat collection? Well, I mean, it's good to have hobbies. I don't think I've ever worn a tux, but I have worn a suit, so. Well, last time I've worn a suit was, I believe, at a funeral. So, yeah.
Me? How sweet of you to ask about me, my dear. Well, I consider myself a simple woman. Just an echoing museum, a few hundred dead things, and a ferret for company. And I could be happy for the rest of my life. Well, with a little male companionship from time to time, that is.
What? Wearing clothes? Alright, can't talk about wearing stuff. Just not the kind of person to go around in a frilly dress all the time. So, have I asked her about herself?
But we have already discussed that.
Find Yvette.
I find Yvette to be a charming young lady. Some people around here don't appreciate her zest for life, but I find her quite refreshing.
Sure, I don't really have a problem with her when she's, well, sounding like she's trying to manipulate people.
Ah, Wolf. He has some lovely scars, doesn't he? Just between us girls, I think he's dreamy.
TMI, alright. Stop swooning about people's scars. It's a bit weird.
Ah, the young stevedore, Steve Dorian? He is a charming young fellow. I imagine he has some wonderful scars from working on the docks.
Really now? But, like, really now? Okay then. But, yeah. Anyways, She's really into scars.
I don't know if I trust that one. She screamed when she saw my beautiful dried rat exhibit and cried out like a baby when my ferret Daisy bit her ankle. Foolish woman.
Alright. Her ferret is called Daisy, now we know. But yes, to come back to the suit topic, I'd say there's lots of things lots of people are into for a variety of reasons, and avoiding all of those topics would mean, well, just stopping all of this and just, like, not communicating with anyone about anything and pretending I don't exist. So, I'll try not to go for that, because at that point I wouldn't really be able to talk about anything. So, if talking about formal clothing is off limits, then, well, I'd have to cross lots of other topics off the list too.
Mr. Najir is a very quiet one, isn't he? And so polite. Sometimes I wonder about him though. I see a certain light in his eyes, like Daisy's, when she's about to kill a spider. I think I like Mr. Najir.
Her ferret kills spiders. Alright. Alright. Fine, I don't like her anymore. We were getting along so well.
The Tribune is an excellent paper. You are most fortunate to be employed there, Miss Bo.
Oh, why thank you, Dr. Miklos.
Stick with the Tribune, my dear, and you will almost certainly go far. Their article on dysentery in the Herdanos of Spain was simply marvelous.
I mean, as long as your cats don't kill the spiders.
You ask yourself.
Because, I mean, maybe they were just fighting about who gets to eat the spiders.
Oh, I find the police fascinating. They spend all their time trying to stop crime and murder, and yet they shoot people themselves. Interesting, isn't it?
Let's not open that can of worms right now. One murder mystery at a time, please.
I'm sure I don't have an answer for that, Miss Bo. I love to walk along the docks on a moonlit night and feed carrion to the rats. Such friendly little fellows. The Lion Decker is my home now. I never want to leave it. Its musty hallways and creeping shadows are in my very blood. Can you imagine spending an entire lifetime drifting through the land of the dead? That opportunity is mine, and I treasure it.
Is she trying to hit on the museum somehow?
Like living in New York, Dr. Miklos?
Well, I had always heard it was a city rife with crime and danger and murder. So far, I have not been disappointed.
That seems like it would be an urban legend. Because, well, I'm not sure how they'd end up being poisonous. Not venomous, poisonous. Because, I mean, they just eat flies. It's not like they eat any specific type of fly. So... at least not the ones I'm aware of. I think there's, like, different varieties, but, well...
Yes, I am aware that many people enjoy going to such places. I personally do not. I find them too noisy, and the people are too lively. I would like to get a good close look at some of those hedonous livers, however. That bootleg alcohol is quite strong.
Alright. I get why people think that she's weird.
Ah, you are wise to carry a notebook, my dear. One never knows when one may see or hear something that will change one's life forever.
Fair enough. One spider saved from being eaten by a cat.
You are wise to carry a magnifier, my dear. You miss so many of the good things if you don't look close enough. Imagine never seeing pores or lice or fungus spores.
Fungus spores? I don't think a magnifying glass is strong enough for those.
So, Dr. Miklos, has this been a good year for you?
I would say yes, very good. I came here from Greece just a short time ago, and look at me now, curator of the largest private museum in New York.
I'm happy to hear that, Dr. Miklos. Tell me, have you noticed anything unusual at the museum lately?
The whole museum is unusual, my dear. We are surrounded by dead things. Just walk around for a while and breathe in its wonderful atmosphere. Why, the whole place smells of death.
I just might do that. Have you ever noticed any dead things that, well, don't belong?
My dear, every dead thing belongs. Dead things are our friends.
Alright. At this point, I don't even know what I asked her to get that response. So...
But we have already
oh, fine. It was the year. And somehow she segued to dead things are our friends.
Dr. Miklos, do you have any idea who would want to steal the Dagger of Amon raw?
Very funny. Everybody, silly girl. It's a priceless artifact. Not only that, but it is said that the blade is an unknown alloy that can slice through bone like butter.
I suppose that was a silly question after all. Let me rephrase that. Do you know of anyone with any particular motive?
Well, Tut Smith and Ramesses Najir both wanted it very badly to return it to their homeland. But they are both so upset, it hardly seems possible that they could have done it. Then again, perhaps they are just fine actors.
Right. She listed 2 people. Who was the second? I mean, might be this guy.
Dr. Meeklos.
Very funny.
I
Well, Tut Smith and Ramesses Najir both wanted it very badly to return it to their homeland. But they are both so upset, it hardly seems possible that they could have done it. Then again, perhaps they are just fine actors.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that guy.
You must be Dr. Ptah Shep Tut Smith. Nice gold ankh you're wearing. This is quite a party, isn't it?
I find it distasteful to celebrate thievery in the name of science. The artifacts in this museum's Egyptian collection do not belong here. They belong in Egypt.
That's only your opinion.
It is the truth. And the thieves who rob Egypt of its ancient treasures will find death waiting for them.
He was at the start of the game, wasn't he?
Revenge.
I see. Well, nice weather we're having.
So.
You must be Dr. Ptah Shep Tut Smith. Nice gold ankh you're wearing. This is quite a party, isn't it?
I find it distasteful to celebrate thievery in the name of science. The artifacts in this museum's Egyptian collection do not belong here. They belong in Egypt.
Okay.
That's only your opinion.
It is the truth. And the thieves who rob Egypt of its ancient treasures will find death waiting for them. Amon-Ra will have his revenge.
I see. Well, nice weather we're having.
So.
I'm not in the mood to indulge in idle chit-chat, Miss Bow.
Fair enough. So, what does he think of Carter?
You dare to mention his name to me? He is the blasphemous temple destroyer and tomb robber who stole the Dagger of Amon from Egypt. He will know the full force of the curse of the pharaohs.
The curse of the pharaohs? What's that?
The defilers of the great Egyptian tombs and temples will all die as a result of their crimes. The gods themselves will punish them. The great Amon-Ra will snuff out Peepin Carter's life as easily as I can crush a dung beetle under my shoe.
How will this happen?
Amon-Ra works in mysterious ways. You will have to wait and see.
I mean, alright then. Is there like a time frame for when this is going to happen? Is it going to be within the next week? Because it's gonna complicate my murder investigation.
I had hoped that Dr. Carrington would listen to reason. I had made another appointment to speak with him about the return of the Dagger of Amon-Ra to its rightful home. But this seems futile since it is no longer in the museum.
Another appointment? You spoke to Dr. Carrington once already?
Only by phone. He denied Egypt's claim to the dagger. It was hoped that a personal visit would convince him of our sincerity. But the situation has changed since then.
I think I've heard of at least one story of someone being cursed. But, oh. Can't remember what the explanation was. And I'm not sure if the whole topic was... Yeah, that. You're doing a lot of bowing.
I believe he's investigating the burglary of the Dagger of Amon Ra. Perhaps, if he'd stopped drinking, he might have a chance at finding it. I still have some trouble with your language. I do not...
Fine. Ziggy?
Never heard of it.
Alright then, well, he's standing over there.
Dr. Miklos is very well educated for a woman. I would like her more if she were an Egyptian. But yeah, like, I don't believe in curses, so don't know if that's a controversial thing to say, but yeah. Anyways, it does seem like a weird thing to say. I'd like this person more if they were from a different country there. Ah, a delightful girl. I keep asking her if she'd like to be my second wife. She is so very feminine and seductive and charming and attractive and...
Okay, okay. I get the idea.
You should try to be more like Yvette. Men would like you more that way.
Men like me just fine the way I am.
That's what you think. I find you quite annoying.
Alright then. Well, that guy sure is nice.
Heimlich is that annoying guard who works here. His fanatical devotion to his occupation is admirable, but he seemed lacking in his mental capacities.
But yes, be more like that other person. People would like you more. Honestly, I've heard that sentence plenty of times, and I don't think I've ever heard it said by someone I was more than just, like, acquaintances with. And hearing them say that did not make me want to get to know those people better. And yes, they do. But yeah, if you go like, hey, you should change everything about yourself. That's not how people work.
Do you know Steve Dorian? He works at the docks.
I don't associate with common dock workers, madam. I have only met her briefly, but she seems to have a sincere concern about my problems. A charming woman. Ramses I was pharaoh during the 19th dynasty, from 1307 to 1306 BC. But Ramses II made more of an impact on ancient Egypt. Ramses II was responsible for gargantuan construction projects which left his mark on the face of Egypt for thousands of years. I admire his great works and hope to emulate his feats someday.
Actually, I was referring to Ramses Najia.
Nigeria's... never heard of him.
Really now?
Sure you don't know him?
No? I mean, yes. English is such a difficult language.
Wait, what? But yes, I'd say generally if someone you've just met goes like, hey, how about you change a bunch of things about yourself? It's not the nicest thing to say. Makes them seem kind of rude.
Never heard of it. So far, I find the police in your country to be very ineffective. The Egyptian authorities would have captured the dagger thief by now, and they probably would have cut his hands off.
Cut his hands off?
It is the proper punishment for thieves. Tradition demands it. We find it very effective in our country.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, in my case, I've had people comment on how they think I should wear my hair. And it's like, I don't get why they want to have any sort of impact on that in the first place. It's weird. Anyways, I don't think that's gonna work well.
This could be a fine museum if the management would return its stolen Egyptian artifacts to their proper home.
Since you're new here, what do you think of New York? Isn't it exciting?
It reminds me of Cairo, except that it's colder here and the people are obnoxious.
Are they now? Are you including yourself? Because you are in New York. Just pointing it out.
My English is not good enough to speak easy, but I think it's improving.
Would you say this has been a good year for you, sir?
No. The great treasures of my country's past are leaving Egypt in a flood greater than the Nile.
As I understand it, artifacts only leave your country with the approval of the Egyptian Antiquities Service.
Bah! The Antiquities Service is a tool of the British. If they want to steal something, they steal it, just like the ancient tomb robbers. But they will pay, just as the tomb robbers paid whenever they were caught.
That almost sounds like a threat.
I, Patash Uptat Smith, do not threaten. I merely carry out the will of the great Amon Ra.
Alright, let's agree to disagree on not threatening people, because just a bit ago he said that the will of that god was for those people to die. And now he says he's carrying out the will of said god. So, did he just tell me he would very much be willing to murder people? Because, but yeah, honestly, you do you. Couldn't tell you how other people would react, because I just don't know. Have I asked that?
Already.
Fine, fine. So, his answer to the year was about... Alright, whatever.
Have you heard anything about the burglary?
No.
Do you have any idea who would want to steal the Dagger of Amon Ra?
It has already been stolen once, from Egypt.
I can see I won't get anywhere with you on this topic. Since you're an expert on the subject, what can you tell me about Egyptology?
The study of ancient Egyptian history is of the greatest significance. Many of our modern religious customs originated in the ancient world. The time of the great pharaohs and of the great Egyptian gods was the peak of human civilization. Our modern society is a mere shadow of its former glory when compared to the pinnacle of human development reached by the ancient Egyptians. They knew the truth, and the truth was Amon-Ra. He led Egypt to world domination.
Aren't you exaggerating just a teensy bit?
I would not expect you to understand. You are not an Egyptian, and you are a woman.
What's that supposed to mean?
I grow tired of this topic. Speak of something else if you wish to continue our conversation.
Alright then. Time to talk to someone else, shall we? I hope I don't have to speak to that guy again.
How are you, Detective O'Reilly?
Just fine, lassie. You're looking lovely this evening.
Wait, I don't remember his face looking like that. Yes. Yes, for some reason you don't understand because you're a woman doesn't really make me want to talk to that person more. It's a great big mystery. Sure. But even if something is a common attitude, doesn't mean you have to say it to people's faces, like he just did. Because that's still pretty rude.
I don't have time for idle chat, lass. Now there's a man who doesn't know his head from a hole in the ground. Sure and begorra, anyone who'd allow his paper to print letters criticizing the police farce is downright addled.
Alright, that's why he doesn't like him.
That fella is just too big for his britches, that's all I have to say. Someone ought to take him down a notch or two. He's got too many brains, that one. He thinks he's better than us all.
Too many brains? How many has he got?
Why, that's me, silly girl. Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly, at your service. He's the wee pest who likes to hang around the station house. In fact, I thought he was supposed to cover this so-called event. Oh well, no big loss.
I'm not entirely sure, but... well... I'm still confused by his face. His face looked very different in the cutscene earlier? Well, yesterday. Now it looks kind of like a Halloween mask to me, and it's distracting.
That man is a human weasel. Stay away from him, lassie. That woman is downright unnatural, Miss Laura. I'd stay away from her if I were you. She keeps asking me if I've got any scars, don't you know?
Yep, that's the one.
Now there's a lovely girl. A real lady, don't you know?
Yes, probably.
He's not much of a security guard, if you're asking me. How could I trust a man who allowed a thief to waltz right in here and steal one of the exhibits if he didn't do it himself? He hasn't even got an alibi for the night of the burglary, since he was here alone.
Oh, it's a big museum. How can you call yourself a police officer if you haven't caught the person yet?
He seems nice enough, but I wouldn't trust anyone who works on the docks. They're pretty rough company for a wee lass like you. Now there's a slippery old bat. If she's royalty, then I'm Rudolph Valentino.
Aw, I don't know who that is.
I don't like that wee fella. Think he's light in his loafers, don't you know?
I'm guessing that means out of his mind or something? I'm not entirely sure though. Seems like a very strange phrase.
It's all right if you like that sort of thing. I think it's a waste of time myself. I'd rather be down at the pub knocking one back with me buddies.
Alright.
Mark my words, lassie. I'll have every one of those dens of iniquity closed up by the end of this year.
Okay. I mean... it's alright. I mean... he seems like he's pretty happy to have his family. But I mean... it's not like that would... whatever. But I mean, he did talk quite a bit more about his kids than his wife, so I don't know. Maybe he just really enjoys being a father. I really don't have a clue. So, still suspicious about Smith not knowing him though, because they seem like they'd get along pretty well. Well, to some extent. They do seem to have some common values. So they could, like, meet up and rage about how there's a whole museum filled with artifacts from their country. So, whatever. So... the docks?
The docks are dangerous places, lassie. Infested with as many cutthroats as there are rats. I'd stay away from there if I were you.
Yes, I've heard.
Do you like living in New York, Detective O'Reilly?
Begorra, yes, girl. 'Tis truly the land of opportunity. Just look at me.
And what am I supposed to say? Opportunity? Does he embody opportunity?
Detective O'Reilly, has 1926 been a good year for you?
Oh, most definitely, lass. I've put away more criminals this year than you'll ever see in your whole life.
That makes it both a bad year and a good year, doesn't it, Detective? I mean, if there were that many criminals on the loose to begin with, we must be in some sort of crime wave.
You see it your way, lassie, and I'll see it mine.
Well, she does have a point, though.
If you ask me, Missy, they're blowing the whole thing out of proportion. Begorra, you'd think that something important had been stolen.
You don't consider a priceless Egyptian artifact to be important?
Listen, girlie, if I chased down every petty theft that occurred within the nastier segments of the population, I'd be working 30 hours a day.
I would hardly call the Lion Decker Museum a nasty segment of the population, Mr. O'Reilly. And if you're referring to our Egyptian visitors, shame on you. And don't call me girly.
By me father's whiskers, you're a fiery one, Miss Laura. All right, I won't call you girly, little lassie.
No, he's just... Well, whatever. I mean, if I'm not completely mistaken, lass still means girl. And lassie and... No. Right? Whatever. Little lassie basically still means girly, little girl, whatever. He's just using a different phrase now.
Do you know anything about Egyptology, Detective O'Reilly?
Enough to know it's a bloody waste of time. Sifting through all those old bones and rotting tombs. Better to let the dead rest, don't you know?
Well, I wouldn't know if it's condescending or not. Just... Well... People don't seem to be taking her seriously in this game. Something I can somewhat relate to. Oh well. So, she's just over here on her own. Alright. They've got a gift shop. Nice. Can I go there? Yay, I can go there. It's empty. Well. Huh. Are those dagger replicas?
Laura, you'd never steal. You can't touch the daggers on display in the locked case.
I mean... Wow.
These appear to be copies of ancient Egyptian artifacts. They seem to be nicely crafted.
Well, they're just replicas of artifacts. So, is that gonna lead me somewhere else? Well, kind of, I guess. Oh, alright.
The Rotunda, Fräulein. The rest of the museum is off limits. And you are spooking their mastodons.
What? I'm spooking the skeletons? Alright then. Yeah, I think you mentioned. Didn't you? Well, I mean, I got it for the most part. I'm just confused about it. I mean, I'll see if he says it again, since I'm gonna walk back that way anyways. Just exploring for now. And I'm still hoping I can actually talk to the guy. Eventually. There she is.
Back to the Rotunda, Fräulein. The rest of the museum is off limits. And you are spooking their mastodons.
But I think a mastodon is like some extinct animal species. I don't know. So I'm not entirely sure how I'd be spooking them. Well, I am in the museum.
What a beautiful painting of the Mask of Tutankhamun. You wish you had the money to buy it. It's a painting of the pharaoh Uba Spamaton hunting geese in the springtime with his hounds and his son, Niet. These appear to be copies. These vessels appear to be replicas of 7th century Welsh condiment pots made for export to Ireland.
Alright.
These are replicas of early 12th century Celtic insect trapping pottery. These vessels appear to... Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
Insect trapping pottery just sounds intriguing. What's this thing?
This is the counter where the counter
Fine. It looks like maybe a catalog or something, but I guess not. I guess it's just like a desk mat.
It looks just like the Dagger of Amon Ra. Isn't it beautiful?
Well, I know some things. I guess I haven't shown off my collection of insect nets. Not sure if I will. But I have 3. Yes. Who doesn't? Do you not have a collection of insect nets? I mean, how else would you catch your flies and moths?
evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening.
Aw. You just don't catch your flies and moths. You just leave them be, I guess. I mean, it's definitely an option if you don't mind having them in your house or apartment, room, tent, whatever place you're staying in. So... What do you mean?
The Lion Decker is simply fantastic, Miss Bow. This is the opportunity of a lifetime.
Missing out on catching insects or missing out on having them everywhere all the time?
Do you like New York, Dr. Carrington?
To be frightfully honest, at first I found it to be a bit rough around the edges. But now I'm beginning to see its somewhat primitive charm.
Well, if you catch them, you can just transport them outside. Works pretty well.
Oh, those poor chaps do their best, I suppose. Oh, he's a good enough chap for a law enforcement peon.
I guess I haven't talked to him that much yet.
The fellow has quite an overinflated ego.
Yes.
He's got a legitimate reason for it, I suppose.
Yeah, let's agree to disagree. So...
Miss Bow, I find it vaguely offensive that you would even think that I know anyone named Ziggy.
Well... And look, maybe I'll post them on Discord later? You really want to see them? But yes, that does seem weird. Because I don't think that name seems that offensive, right?
Dr. Miklas is one of the museum's most respected curators. I really haven't had much interaction with Miss Delacroix. Well, of course, she is my assistant, so I guess I should correct myself and say that I do have interaction with her, but I don't know her very well, really.
Well. I guess people don't want to talk too much about their private lives.
He's a real pip. A genuine go-getter, that fellow. He does a jolly good job of guarding the museum. Jolly good.
Oh, oopsies. There.
A stevedore? I'm afraid I don't discourse with proletarian ruffians of that stripe. Now there's a lady who truly supports the arts. A real patron, that old girl. Now there's an intense personality. He doesn't look it, but there's something seething below the surface. I'm frightfully sure of it. In any case, the fellow is a fine accountant.
Something seething below the surface. And he's standing right next to him while saying that. Just wanted to point that out. Still not sure why I can't ask people about Smith. Because I don't think Tut Smith is in this list at all. Weird. Don't know what that means. Like, maybe he's supposed to be in the list and it's just some weird glitch?
I'm really very busy, Miss Bo.
Yeah, I think he's not in the list. People? No. 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 Like, which page would he be on? Like, 1, 2, 3, or 4? Because none of the names seem like it's his name. Like, I've seen all of the other people. So I don't think that someone is just known under 2 names. Because I think I've currently met all the people in the notebook. So.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening. I'm really very busy, Miss.
Fine. Already asked him about several of these.
What do you make of the theft of the dagger, Dr. Carrington?
It's simply beastly. What is the world coming to when crepuscular ruffians can invade a museum like Visigoths?
Do you have any idea who could have done such a thing?
Not at all. But if I did, I'd be tempted to teach the brute a lesson.
Have you found 1926 to be a good year for you, Dr. Carrington?
Yes, I would, Miss Bow. Frightfully good.
And what is that, Doctor?
It's not often that one gets the opportunity to head up the most respected museum in America, Miss Bow.
And, well, I'm not 100% sure.
Egyptology is all quite the fashion now, Miss Bow, but it's been a serious science for many years. I can recommend a number of fine books if you're interested.
Well, calling something a good year is a very relative thing. I mean, like, in some respects, any year is a good and a bad year. Depends on who you ask and in what context. So, like, good year for science? Probably. Good year to start a hotel? Maybe not. Fair enough. Well, I don't. So, slowly starting to run out of stuff to talk to people about. Can I grab any food?
I'd like to reach out and touch the Ramses bust, but decide it would be improper to touch the exhibit.
I was trying to get stuff off the table.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Yay, I got something! What did I get? Glass.
Crystal water receptacle.
Nice. A glass.
Don't be greedy. You don't need another water glass. The food and champagne look good, but you're trying to stay on a diet, so you make the wise decision to leave them alone.
Alright.
The food and champagne look... The food...
Wait. Were only some alcoholic beverages restricted back then? Because last time I checked, champagne was generally considered to be an alcoholic beverage. So... I guess it was just very specific beverages. Well... I guess, yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Miklos.
Oh, good evening, Miss Bo.
So... Still weird how that guy's not showing up. I think she was the main person who mentioned him, so... So...
The bottom of the glass reads, manufactured by Lion Decker Glassworks, Coarsegold, California.
Wait. Isn't that the name of the museum?
The cover isn't made of cheap leather. It's made of cheap imitation leather.
Alright. Nothing better than cheap imitation leather. Looks at chair covered by blankets because it's falling apart. Thanks for follow. But it's still a nice chair. Just shedding. Well, it's the second Laura Bow game, if you've ever heard of those. Yes, exactly.
It looks just...
So, can I use a magnifying glass from this distance? I can.
The dagger shows Pittsburgh's high degree of craftsmanship.
But yes, a bit light.
The dagger shows
Well. And yes. I mean, it's getting warmer now, but It was rather cold, especially at the start of the stream. But having the lights on and, well, streaming in general means, well, that my setup is heating the room up a bit. So. Anyways, cash register?
Upon close inspection, you see nothing new here. There's an inscription on each of the pots which reads, "These vessels were made by Welsh craftsmen. We make better castles than you do, and our flag has a griffin on it."
Well.
That's not the sort of thing you want to examine too closely. On each piece, you can see a tiny stamp that says, "Faux Egyptian artifacts, crafted with care by Hakim Rashad Hassan Ali Bozorg and Sons."
It's quite an intense name.
Nice and clean. Upon close inspection, the rug is nice and clean.
Nothing better than a clean rug.
Upon close what a nice smooth glaze on that pot.
Well, she has raided tombs. Well, one tomb in the previous game. She would have raided tombs, plural, if there was anything in the other one, but... And it's possible that there's something under the carpet. Actually, I'll go check.
Nice weave.
Seems unlikely. I am in Act 2. Act 1 was the whole stuff before the museum. Now I am in the museum. Ah. Well. Not there yet. I'm guessing it's going to be the 8-act structure again.
You eye this woman with a certain amount of...
She has an interesting dress on. I'll give her that. So, what else might I want to do? I mean, I've got a glass. Don't know what to do with it.
It feels heavy, like leaded crystal.
Can I ask people about it? Like, hey, what can you tell me about a water glass? Actually,
I can get my own drinks, thank you.
well.
Did you know that bacteria can survive on the rim of a glass for 3 days, my dear?
What kind of bacteria? You have to be more specific than that.
Do you always carry a water glass around, lassie? Were you lost in a desert as a girl?
I guess he's the kind of person who puts his drink down and then just comes back to it several hours later, not knowing what happened to it.
What a frightfully dull subject. Water glasses, indeed.
Aw, he's calling me dull. Well, yes, they do have champagne, but she's not interested.
I carry a water glass with me as well, Miss Bo. One had to be sure to drink enough water in the wilds of Egypt, and I never quite got out of the habit.
Why not carry a bottle, though? Carrying an open glass outside seems very inconvenient.
What are you doing with the water glass? Listening at the doors? Haha, just kidding.
Well then, be sure to only do that around people you trust. And people you don't mind sharing a glass with, because even if you trust them, mistakes happen.
It's a water glass. Just the thing if you require a drinking receptacle that holds liquids.
What's a drinking receptacle that doesn't hold liquids? A funnel?
Jeez, don't ask me, lady. I ain't touched a drop of that stuff in years.
A drop of glass?
You already asked me this, Miss Bo.
Wait, I already asked her about the water glass? Alright. I need to ask everyone about a water glass. It's important. Don't ask me why. I just know it's important.
Well, I've seen many glasses tonight, dear girl. It is a party, you know.
No, I don't know. Tell me more. Is this what parties are like? Well, that's good to know. I guess I just never solved that puzzle. Whoopsies. Because I don't think I've used a water glass in that way at all. In any of these games. So, yeah. Quite possible that that's going to be a thing. So I've already asked them about the water glass. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think it's going to be a thing in this act. At least it doesn't seem like it.
It's an alcove occupied by a very impressive urn that contains the ashes of the deceased architect of the Lion-Decker Museum, Arvin Slatherlord Loudermilk III. The extra-large size urn had to be specially built to accommodate Loudermilk's massive ego.
I was about to say, that thing seems like overkill. But okay. It looks big enough to fit an entire person in that thing. Without the whole, like, going through cremation first.
This is the western portion of the Lion-Decker Museum Rotunda.
fine. I guess that makes sense. I mean, I don't have a fez, so I can't really wear one. Unless I make myself one, because I wouldn't know where to buy it. I mean, wouldn't necessarily know how to make one, but...
This short, blustery man reminds you vaguely of...
I think I might be slightly stuck. Ah. Fair enough. I don't think I can touch the stuff at the bottom of the counter either.
Don't touch it.
No. So I'm not sure what this room is for.
Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
Except to, well, see the dagger. Well, replicas of the dagger. I doubt the real one's in there. Seems unlikely. I mean, would be a good place to hide it though. If you had to check them all and one of them didn't have the inscription. I mean, hiding something in a place where it just blends in tends to be a good idea. And it would blend in apart from, well, the fact that it would lack the made in Pittsburgh description, so. Yes, yes, hiding in plain sight. Anyways. Phrases and things. While I might recognize the phrase, thanks for follow, that doesn't mean I always remember them when I'd need to. So. I do recognize that one, but, well, probably wouldn't have been able to think of it. So. Still don't have that guy's name. It should be right here. And I'm not getting it. Why not? Would be so convenient. I've even talked to him and I know his name.
I'm not in the mood to indulge in idle chit-chat, Miss Bow.
fair enough. I mean, I'm decent at, like, correcting spelling while reading. But that's about it. While she wasn't, she used her press pass, which, well, is a coupon for the laundry place, to get into this place. So, yeah. She's pretending that she's supposed to write an article about this specific party and know about the stolen dagger. So, yeah. That's what's going on. Well, thank you. I mean, I've been learning and speaking English for quite a while, so... Keep in mind, if I'm writing something, I'd be able to focus all of my attention on that, instead of playing a game, reading chat, talking, keeping hydrated, well, staying hydrated, whatever. Words and things. So, it's pretty easy to forget that while streaming, you're doing lots of things. Thanks. I mean, maybe they were distracted. Maybe they have kids that... I don't know. They just can't get away from. Or maybe they didn't have very strict teachers. I did.
Do not look at me too closely, Miss Bo. I found the line on my face yesterday and I am still upset about it.
Okay then. What if I look at the food?
The tablecloth is dusted with breadcrumbs and stained with grease, champagne, grape juice, and water.
Yum!
Looking at a small portion of the big head really doesn't do justice to the immense size of the statue, but you can see that the bust was sculpted with extreme care, almost as if the sculptor's life depended on it, which it did. You see a bald, greasy, unpleasant little man with overlarge pores and a sour expression.
Yes, let's look at everyone's pores.
Stop that, you silly female.
I am hoping you like what you are seeing, Miss Bo.
Please do not scrutinize me so severely, Miss Bo. You are making me nervous.
That's more than a little rude, Miss Bo.
Well. I'm fun at parties, I swear.
Please, Miss Bo, you're being rude.
I mean, from this distance? That guy looks like he's possibly also carrying a magnifying glass and looking at this guy. So maybe I'm not the only one who's going around
That's
Staring at
not
people's
the
pores.
sort of thing you want to examine too closely. That's not.
Apparently he's a thing now. That's pretty rude, Laura.
Don't look at me like that, lassie. You're making me nervous.
If you look closely at my neck, you will see the scars from the night my pet Wolverine tried to kill me. How I miss little
She has
Fluffy.
scars too. Of course she has scars. Lovely.
As you study everything in this room, you feel like you're being watched. Then you realize that the enormous eyes of Ramses II seem to be scrutinizing your every movement.
Well, that's normal, right? I mean, seems like he's staring at the ceiling, but okay. Yeah, I'm suspicious about the giant statue now.
You'd like to... Looking at a small...
I have no clue how to answer that question since I can't name one. So...
It's a colossal bust of the pharaoh Ramses II, discovered at the Ramesseum, his mortuary temple on the Nile's west bank opposite present-day Luxor. The complete Ramses statue stood nearly 60 feet tall and weighed more than 1,000 tons. Presumably Ramses was not this large in life, although many people have stated that Ramses had a big head. It's a colossal, presumably...
I'm sure. I guess I know one then. But I don't really know that much about her. So. Anyways. Something's keeping me in this act. I don't know what it is. Because it seemed like I'd done most of what I can do in this act. Can I hide under the tables?
Don't touch it. You don't?
No, I cannot hide under tables. Not that much. Like, I know some of the names, not all of them. I'll check outside again. Because it's weird that I can still go outside. I said lots of things.
It feels like a tree. Don't touch it. Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
Does the museum move at night?
Don't touch it. Feels like water.
I mean, true. It is water. I do have a water glass. It's probably not drinking water.
Nothing of interest. You hear nothing of interest.
Yeah, it is a spying device only and nothing else. So do I use it on the door from outside?
You hear nothing of interest.
Fine. Guess not. It's the only door I seem to have access to.
You'd like to reach out and touch the Ramses bust.
But yeah, I think there might be something hiding in the bust. I think I might need to get stuff from the shop, but I don't know what. And she didn't really want to get any of the stuff. Tried to get into the statue, didn't work. Yes, that is a corridor. I've been there. Couldn't stay there. The security guard kept throwing me out. So, can I use it on the door?
Nothing.
No. What about this urn?
It's an alcove occupied by a giant urn. The giant urn is occupied by the cremated remains of Ignaz Leyendecker, who financed the construction of the museum.
Right. Well, so was the other guy. But true, for him she didn't say that the urn was this large to accommodate for his ego. So, maybe he was just a giant.
Back to the Rotunda, Fräulein. The rest of the museum is
So.
off limits. And you are spooked.
Can't do anything at all in here.
You hear nothing. You hear nothing. You hear nothing.
The table isn't saying anything interesting. Alright.
I prefer the wine
Ah.
glass unless I am listening at the doors, no? Don't take me seriously, I am just making the joke.
No, thank you. I'm very particular about my hygiene.
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty at the moment.
Interesting how I can talk to them from this far away.
No dice, lady. Get your own drink. This is open bar. It's every man for...
You hear nothing. You hear. You hear. You hear nothing. You hear.
So he's just a door. I've been in the gift shop. I can't do anything there, so. Can't even see the door. Can I change the game speed a bit? There. Because she's so slow.
You hear nothing. You hear.
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
I'm not thirsty, lass, but thank you anyway.
Okay.
You hear. You hear.
So I'm not sure which character I'd want to listen to.
It's a happy party goer. It's a happy.
So many happy party goers.
There was silence.
I'm not in the mood.
Good evening, Dr. Oh. Good evening. I'm Laura Bow.
The snobbish high society partygoers just ignore you entirely. You're not a part of their accepted social circle and are therefore beneath their notice.
Well.
I don't have time for...
I like the new walking speed. It's a lot less frustrating.
It's a colossal... Presumably Ramses was not the... Potted specimens of the amazing giant air fern, Furnus giganteus maximus.
Oh, a hint as to like, which thing I said and didn't do at the time would probably be useful. Because there are lots of things that I said and didn't do, but, well. Like, which room did I say it in? Oh, gift shop. Alright. So, I'm guessing it wasn't just looking at the daggers, because I kind of tried. They all look pretty much the same. Don't even know if I'm looking at different ones or just the same one. I'm guessing they're all the same. Oh, that one doesn't say it.
It looks just like the Dagger of Amon Ra. Isn't it beautiful?
Well, I guess I found it. Mystery solved. Everyone can go home now.
You can't touch the daggers on display in the locked case.
Alright. Well, I found the dagger.
Fräulein, this gift shop is closed. You should not be here.
Oh,
but
I'm sorry. The door was unlocked.
Unlocked? My assistant will be disciplined harshly for this mistake. Please rejoin the party now, or I will be forced to injure you.
What? 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 He'll be forced to injure me. How about not doing that? That would... It sounds rather unpleasant. So...
The gift shop is closed. You must leave at once.
Okay. Well, he didn't injure me.
You hear nothing.
Back to the rotunda, Fräulein.
What?
The rest of the museum is off limits. And you are spooking their mastodons.
Yeah, he teleports. Because the gift shop doesn't have another door. So... Still not allowed to spook the mastodons. So everyone's still in the exact same spot. I haven't been able to listen in on anyone, so... Do I have anything new to talk about?
It's your official...
Nope.
I'm really very busy, Miss Bow. I'm really very...
Fine. I mean, I found the thing, but I can't tell anyone. It's really weird.
A severe conservative...
Is that lady just drinking for like half an hour? Because she's not moving. I guess she's just a very slow drinker. Why's the first page empty? I can't go back to it, but well. I guess she just prefers to leave the first page empty.
You already asked. The English longbow was a formidable weapon. The English won the Battle of Agincourt against formidable odds because they were equipped with longbows.
I said John Bow, not Longbow.
I've never heard of a John bow. It must have been an American invention. You already...
Whatever.
There I was, standing on the hillside above the excavation in the Valley of the Kings, with the faithful Mahmud describing the dance of the Seven Veils to me in great detail, when a shout rose up from the workers below us. Sensing an important discovery at hand, since I have a sixth sense about these things, I scurried downhill to see that a step had been uncovered in the sand. It turned out to be the entrance to the Temple of Amon-Ra. I took the trowel from the Boss-Kafir and cleared the sand away from the rest of the steps myself, revealing the entrance to the temple. The seal of the necropolis was intact on the door seal, indicating that the temple had not been disturbed. I knew that fate had brought me to the discovery I had been seeking for so long. Tireless after my exertion in clearing the staircase, I used a sledgehammer to break through the sealed doorway. Within lay the greatest accomplishment of my considerable career. Hidden within the darkness, untouched for thousands of years in the isolated temple, lay the magnificent Dagger of Amon-Ra, the greatest discovery of modern archaeology.
Good show.
Magnifique. Very impressive, Dr. Carter.
So, that's when you heisted it, right?
No, I didn't heist it, you annoying little man. I took it out of the temple and showed it to the workers, who immediately fell upon their faces, all 350 of them, to show respect for my accomplishment.
Sure.
That's hard to believe, Dr. Carter. Egyptian workers have proudly worked the archaeological digs for many years. I would not think they'd exaggerate their respect for you to such an extent.
But then you weren't there, were you, Mr. Nagier?
Well, no, that's true.
And when was the last time you were in Egypt, Mr. Nagier? You seem to have lost some of your accent.
Well, it has been several years.
I thought as much.
Your discovery really was quite a remarkable achievement, Dr. Carter.
Was remarkable, Dr. Carrington? You mean it is a remarkable achievement. There has never been anything like it before.
Quite so. Correction noted, Doctor.
If you will all be excusing me, I see a man I need to speak to.
Certainly, Miss Delacroix. Certainly.
Okay. So... yeah.
Miss Bow, I am not wishing to be the rude person, but I must...
I don't think that's Fifi.
You hear nothing?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I prefer the...
So... how did I manage to listen to them earlier? Just, like, standing near them, I guess? Can I hide somewhere around here? I guess not.
Boy, did he bet. She's some dish, ain't she?
Yes, those French women really have something. I don't think my wife would ever have done it in a mummy case.
In my vast experience of women from different lands, I tend to agree with you, Mr. Nagier. I balked when a certain French woman suggested we have a deep conversation on the back of a dinosaur, but I was pleasantly surprised by the results.
Yes, Miss Delacroix is certainly the cat's pajamas, as the Americans would say.
Yeah, we does come up with some good sayings, don't we?
Quite.
Good Lord, I hadn't realized a woman was present. Please excuse us, Miss Bow.
Oh, I wasn't actually listening to you, Dr. Carrington.
I just stand around like
I just
this.
happened to be standing here. Excuse me.
Yes, very subtle. So incredibly subtle. So... it does seem like Yvette has quite some blackmail material. Which, honestly, might be what she's going for, I don't know. No, I'm making a list of the people. Well, the thing is, several of the guys are married. And, well, like, Nadir seems pretty attached to his family, for example, so it would be a shame if his wife found out about that, wouldn't it? That sort of thing. So, I'm just, well, suspicious.
I'm really very busy, Miss Bow. I don't have time to cover the same subject twice. I really...
Oh, unguarded. Wait, did he take that one?
You can't touch the...
Huh. I think you might have taken it.
Upon close...
I think he took it. Because I think it was all the way over here. Can't save in here. So I guess I'll leave and come back. So, new save. And back to here. Yeah.
Don't touch.
He did take it. Uh-huh. That one's missing.
Fräulein, this gift shop is closed. You should not be here.
Oh, I'm sorry. The door was unlocked.
Unlocked? My assistant will be disciplined harshly for this mistake. Please rejoin the party now. I will be forced to injure you.
There. So, written all of that down. So, he forces her to leave and now the dagger's gone. Because it was right here.
Back to the rotunda.
And by the way, that guy's surname basically translates to secretly. So, yeah. So, Mr. Secretly stole the dagger. So I guess I can't eavesdrop on them. Wait, what? Oh! That's the guy from the docks, isn't he?
Miss Bo?
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Dorian?
That's right. We met at the docks.
Oh dear, your shoes. They aren't exactly formal.
Oh, well, I can explain that, but not right now.
I see. Well, what brings you here?
You.
That's forward.
Me?
You told me you'd be here tonight, and, well, I thought we should talk.
Oh? About what?
But it's invitation only.
Could we step outside for a minute? The moonlight is very nice tonight.
Well, all right. I think I'd enjoy that.
I just wanted to explain to you who I really am.
Which is?
You're not Steve Dorian?
Well, yes, I am Steve Dorian, but I felt like I didn't give you the most accurate impression of myself when I met you earlier today.
Okay.
But, gee willikers, I'm just not used to meeting attractive young ladies on the docks.
I wasn't down there looking for a man. I'm a professional journalist working on a story.
Oh, well, yes, of course you are. I didn't mean to imply anything. In fact, I was very impressed with your professionalism and with your smile. I just didn't want you to think I'm a common stevedore.
Well, I'll admit I was wondering what a stevedore was doing at this ritzy museum fundraiser.
My stevedore job pays the bills, but I'm aiming for a career as an artist. However, I'm really here because I'd hate myself for the rest of my life if I didn't try to see you again. Maybe I'm a fool, maybe you think we're too different, but I had to try.
Well, I'm very flattered. Are you always this nervous?
I'm not very good with women. I spent all my time working ever since I was 10 years old, when my father died. I've never had a chance to date very much. Lately, I've spent my free time going to school.
I'm starting to think we're more alike than I first thought. My mother died when I was very young, so I was raised by my father. What kind of an artist are you?
I'm a painter, and I do a little sculpting.
How interesting. But I think that an artist would know enough not to wear work boots with his tuxedo at a formal party.
Oh, I said I'd explain that, didn't I? I was hoping nobody would
Where's the
notice.
static coming from?
I had to blow 2 weeks' pay to rent this tux, but I didn't have enough left over to rent the fancy shoes. It's just that I had to see you again.
You spent all your money just to see me? My goodness.
Okay, bye,
I
static.
don't know what to say.
Say you'll have dinner with me some evening. I may seem a little odd, but I promise that I'm harmless. I'd be honored to spend an evening with you and show you the sights around town.
Well, I don't usually, but you've gone to a lot of trouble to find me. I think I can trust you.
Really? You'll do it? Oh, thank you. You won't regret it. I'll make it a memorable evening. I'll paint for you. I'll dance for you. I'll sing for you. Anything you want.
Well, we might need to get carried away. Let's see how dinner goes first.
Of course. You're absolutely right. I don't seem too anxious, do I?
Maybe just a bit, but that's okay.
Okay. I'll take a deep breath and calm down. I'll be fine. I'll do whatever you want.
I think this is the beginning of something important, Steve. I like you already. Let's go back to the party, Steve. I've got work to do.
Best quote so far. I promise that I'm harmless. Yes, that's the exact thing a harmless person would say. That exact wording. Where's he going? He's just walking over everyone else. Alright. Just off. Alright. That makes sense. Where'd he go? He disappeared. Of course he did. Well, if he wanted to talk to Yvette, then he was heading in the wrong direction.
Back to the...
Because she's on the other side. But honestly, where did he disappear to? He just appears and then disappears again? So that's the inspector. Oh, detective, whatever. So... I'm just suspicious because he's appearing and reappearing. And disappearing and... appearing, disappearing. Those are the words. Anyways. I can't even talk to him outside of the cutscene. And that makes me very suspicious. True. Only Laura is allowed to have red hair. I mean, you saw what happened to Clarence. No, not everyone. Like, I think it was only Steve and the detective.
You see a tall Irish gentleman with red hair who acts like a cop. It's a happy party.
I'm a busy man. Don't take up my...
But yeah, still don't trust Mr. I promise that I'm harmless.
You see a short, elderly woman dressed flamboyantly, and you suspect expensively, and sporting a grotesque amount of makeup. In fact,
actually, what is this?
The food and champagne look good.
Is that like a giant... Like... Is that an entire cow or something?
The food and...
Looks like they roasted an entire cow somehow. That thing's huge.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Miss Poe.
How many times are you gonna ask me? I already told you everything I know about that.
I mean, sure, maybe it's a big pig. Just looks huge, so I don't know.
We have already discussed...
Well, my point is that it looks like an animal that would be bigger than a human. So, more like cow size. But whatever. Anyways, I do seem to be stuck again. And I have been streaming for 4.5-ish hours. So, probably a good place to end the stream. I mean, I've already saved, but I'll save again. There. So. There we go. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure who to trust at this point. It's tricky. So, we'll see. Could be anyone so far. Very suspicious of Wolf, but, well, maybe he saw the dagger and... I mean, I think it was... Well, someone said that Wolf was actually rather upset about the dagger being stolen, so maybe it wasn't him after all. And he's just trying to figure out who took it. So, maybe he did find it, or someone else went in after him. Don't know. But right now he does seem a tiny bit suspicious when it comes to the theft part. Haven't seen any dead bodies yet. Haven't actually been keeping track of whether or not I can see everyone, so I guess I might have to just check that everyone's still alive next time. That should be interesting. Like, I don't know, maybe there's people missing. Anyways. So, what do you guys think? Should we raid someone today? And if so, do you have any specific raid requests? Or should I just choose someone I already know and have raided in the past? Sure. 1 second. All right. Site isn't loading that well for me, but does seem to be a retro game. Not sure I'm familiar with it. I don't think I am. But yeah, sure. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Yes. So, yeah. Bye.